Judge number 2, Matthew Wan, America.
3号裁判范彦美，中国。
Judge number 3, Fan Yan-mei, China.
4号裁判麦伦·特丽萨基斯，希腊。
Judge number 4, Miran, Greece.
5号裁判阿维迪斯·塞洛皮安，黎巴嫩。
Judge number 5, Avedis, Lebanon.
6号裁判林腾德，荷兰。
Judge number 6, Nick, the Netherlands.
7号裁判伊拉达·格里布涅娃，俄罗斯。
Judge number 7, Ireda, Russia.
8号裁判帕特里夏·加西
Zhao Shanghao and a warm good morning. The International Wushu Federation welcomes you to the 15th World Wushu Championships, coming to you live from the Minghan Indoor Stadium in beautiful Shanghai, China. Shanghai is a renowned international metropolis serving as the most influential economic, financial, international trade, and cultural center in East China. Situated on the estuary of the Yangtze River, the city covers an area of 6,340 square kilometers, with a population reaching over 24 million. Today kicks off day 2 of the 15th World Wushu Championships. The World Wushu Championships, hosted by the International Wushu Federation, is the highest level of international competition within the sport of Wushu. This biennial event began in 1991 and features Taolu and Sanda competition for contestants with the highest competitive level of Wushu. The 15th World Wushu Championships is scheduled to be held over the next 3 days of competition. Over the next 3 days, you will see some of the world's fiercest Taolu and Sanda competitors in the world fighting to take home a medal for their respective countries. My name is Mario Martinez, and I'll be one of your hosts for today, alongside with Paula Amadani, former national Brazilian team member and many-time international Wushu champion in her own right. Paula, very good to have you with us today.
Thank you, Mario. Good morning, everyone. I'm very excited to be here today, and we'll be commentating on the field of play 2. This morning, we will start with women's Shuangjian, women's Daoshu, and men's Taijiquan. And we are sure that we are going to have some exciting morning.
So Paula, yesterday evening, we commentated in field of play 1, where we watched men's Nuntrun, where there was a field of 56 competitors. There was very exciting action the entire event. Can you think of any exciting standouts from last night's events?
Yeah, definitely the last athlete that just came out from juniors division, Chi Long from Hong Kong. Yeah, definitely he was a very, very nice surprise in the end of this event. And it was quite a battle. It was really nice to watch.
Yeah, Paul, I think from the very start, we got, there were some athletes that came out strong and scored 9.6s. I thought that that would hold strong. Just to give you an idea of the events from yesterday, there was an athlete who scored a 9.616, and that was good enough for 9th place. I don't think I've ever seen 6th place be such a high score. The level of Wushu has definitely been raised. The bar was set very high. I'm sure we'll see something similar this morning. We've got some former world champions from the 14th World Wushu Championships in women's Shuangjian. We also have some medalists from the other events from the 14th World competing in this event this morning.
Yeah, today we're gonna have girls doing double straight sword, and I'm sure it's going to be really nice to watch.
Yeah, just to name a few, we've got Alifa Kutes from Turkey, who was 4th at the 14th World Wushu Championships in Shuangjian, just barely came short of the medal. I'm sure she's eager to try a climb into the podium finish. And then we've also got Choman Cao from Macau. She was 4th in women's Daoshu at the 14th World Wushu Championships. I'm sure she's also eager to try and take a medal home. We've got a field of 10 in this women's Shuangjian event this morning. You'll want to stay tuned. Following women's Shuangjian, we'll have women's Daoshu, and immediately following women's Daoshu, we'll have men's Taijiquan. There we see our competitors preparing for this morning's session. We'll get underway shortly. There we have our first competitor ready to enter the ring, Anna Jialanzhou from New Zealand. She's going to kick off our women's Shuangjian event. Again, we have a field of 10 athletes. Now, Paula, Shuangjian is still a new event to the World Wushu Championships venue. What do you think about the addition of this new event at the last World Championships?
Yeah, I think this is the third World Games that we have Shuangjian, and it's nice to have some traditional weapons, especially Shuangjian because I really like straight sword. Double straight sword is very nice to watch, and very hard to get nicely done the movements.
Yeah, it requires a lot of ambidextrous. You got to be able to use your left and your right hand. There we see, unfortunately, Anna was not able to land that cross-legged sitting stance. So we'll have to see how the judges score.
Yeah, we have to show a lot of coordination with both hands.
I think one of the major challenges in double events is trying to not show any disparity between each weapon hand. So even though you may be right-handed or left-handed, your opposite hand has to show the same level of control as your dominant hand, which can be quite challenging. I remember hearing stories from my coach, Jiang Manjun, telling me when he was learning double weapons that he started eating with his left hand. He said for a short period of time, he started starving a little bit because he had some challenges. And of course, it's never easy being the first to kick off the morning's event. And it did a pretty good job. We'll have to see how the judges score. Standing by.
And the final score is 8.133. She got 4 deduction for group A, lost balance 2 for losing balance, and oh, there you go, Wojin. You said we talk about it in Jianshu division for girls about Wojin.
So Paula, what is that Wojian, or gripping the straight sword, I believe is a translation. What is that deduction?
It's when the athletes touch the blade of the sword with a finger, and they're not supposed to.
So it's interesting. We saw some of that deduction in women's straight sword.
Yep.
But again, it all depends on the judge's vantage point. For those A judge deduction scores, if you're new to Wushu, there are there's a series of A group judges that are looking at the technical requirements for the movement. Anytime that at least 2 of the panel of judges agree on the deductions, then the deduction is taken. But it has to be taken within a 3-second timestamp. So judges' eyes have to be very sharp. And we saw a couple of those deductions taken yesterday. It looks like they're continuing with that. I know if I was one of the coaches in the back, I'd be telling my athlete to make sure not to grab the sword in that method. Now, Paula, why do some athletes grab the sword? Why would they grab the blade and risk taking that deduction?
Maybe they feel a little bit more safe. The way they hold the sword, they might think it's a little bit
More control?
more. Yeah, you can control better the sword, but it's not the right way to do it. Because if it was a weapon, the athlete will cut.
You'd be missing a couple
Yeah.
fingers by the end of
Yes.
your performance.
Exactly. So that was Daria from Ukraine. I think she did
She did a
a
good
good job.
performance.
Yeah.
I saw at least maybe there may have been one Jian, so I'll be curious if the judges caught it. Again, it's easy to see it up here from the cameras, but down on the floor, oh, there you see that straight kick, textbook
That's
kick.
nice. Yeah.
That requires a great level of flexibility. Really strong performance. Ukraine team always fields a very strong field of competitors.
And final scores 8.943. There's no deduction for A group. If the athletes do the wajen, like if the athletes touch the sword between like fast movement, the judges might not see. But if they hold the blade in a stance or in a hold position, it's easier to see. And because there's no nandos on this division, the judges might be looking for this particular movement. So right now we have Shelly Movskovich. From Israel.
Now, so far, first place has set the bar at 8.943, but of course, we've got our really close medals from last World Championships still left to come. We've got strong competitors from Turkey, Macau, Canada. We'll have to see how this fares, but I anticipate that that bar may be moved up a bit. There we see an aerial drop.
That was a good performance, not big mistakes. So Mario, how do you think is a good way to practice straight sword with the hand that we are now used to train? Because usually we practice with only the right hand, right? How you think is a good way to practice with the left hand?
I think it just requires a lot of muscle memory and a lot of repetitions. Final score for Shelly, 8.746. And there we see the deduction for
Wajen.
for that finger on blade. So it looks like the judges are definitely keeping an eye for it. But yeah, I believe that the best way is just muscle memory, just a lot of repetitions with the weak hand, non-dominant hand, just doing basic fundamental movements. I think it's a lot more challenging than your dominant hand, just for a myriad of different reasons, just the position of the sword. And then once you're able to become consistent and proficient with the left hand, it's incorporating both. I mean, just the level of movement and complexity that both movements require. I mean, a lot of the times they're mimicking similar types of movements on both sides of your body. So it
Yeah.
just requires a lot of coordination. Slight stumble there. And again, that's the challenge with double weapons, is not only do you have to coordinate the left and the right hand, but your footwork is typically in sync with a lot of these movements. So if you end up being out of timing with your hands, it may throw your footwork off.
So we are watching Belkadi from Algeria.
We'll stand by for the judges' scores. It looked like there was a couple of difficulties there, little stumbles that might cost her a few points. Just little stumble there.
So final score is 7.75. She got a few deductions for Group A.
Looks like there were 2 loss of balances, 3 motionless states where it looked like she might have gotten slight odd pauses in her routine. Overall B score 3.250. It's good for 4th. And here we have Elifa Kutes from Turkey, a champion in her own right, really strong athlete. I know that she's medaled at previous World Wushu Championships.
In Turkey.
Just barely missed out on the bronze medal at the 14th World Wushu Championships in this event. I'm sure she's looking to come back and take the medal.
She's a very experienced athlete.
Yeah, I think there's still quite a gap between the top 3. I think she might be able to break in there. You can just see the speed, the level of coordination. Really strong performance so far.
So far, so good. Very strong performance.
Turkey over the last few years has been producing some really strong athletes. We saw some strong athletes in yesterday's events. Their team has started to produce really a lot of medal producing champions. What do you think, Paula? You think she's able to break into the top 3?
Yeah. She was good enough for top 3.
There we see that aerial into a cartwheel split.
Final score is 902. She got a deduction for balance and wajen. Apparently, she touched the blade of her sword.
So even though she got those 2 technical deductions, her overall Group B score is still strong enough to bring her to first place at the moment.
Well, we still have 5 girls. Right now we have Anastasia from Israel.
Really sharp opening.
Nice sword movements. She's strong.
Yeah. Her overall coordination and just the overall techniques and sword movements are a little bit higher level of difficulty than we've seen so far.
Yeah.
She's got some pretty intricate movements. A lot of wrist dexterity. If she can avoid A-level deductions, I think she might be able to break into the top 3 for sure.
Yep. Just make sure not doing Warjian.
That's Anastasia Chirluk. Really strong performance.
Yeah, I couldn't see any flaws for stances or losing balance. Let's see what the judges think.
There you see that was a really difficult combination. That's the wrist rotation and then switching grips in that manner is really complex, particularly when she's moving. She doesn't pause or take any substantial break to
Yep.
break. And there you go, 9.250 takes first place. Unfortunately, still got a Wojian deduction, 0.1 for Group A, but that overall Group B performance was strong enough to bring her up to first.
She deserved that score.
Up next, we have Choman Cao from Macau. Choman also 4th place at the last World Wushu Championships in Daoshu, just barely missed the podium. Choman, a strong competitor from Macau. I've seen her over the last couple of years just become stronger and stronger. We'll have to see how she does in this event. I'm sure she's eager to try to climb in the rankings and really make a name for herself at this World Championships. So far, so good. Front walkover, we haven't seen that.
It's a very beautiful moment.
A lot of speed, a lot of really intricate combinations. There we see the judges looking closely at every technique. That was Choman Cao from Macau. We'll have to see how she scores. I think there's still room within the top 3 to break into the top 3. 3rd place currently stands at 8.943, so she'll have to do better than that. There we see that front walkover.
9.176, getting her 2nd place.
Perfect A score, B score 4.176. That's good enough for a silver. And now we have Erica Jia Li from Canada. We have 3 competitors remaining in this women's Shuangjian event. You'll want to make sure you stand by. Immediately following women's Shuangjian, we will have women's Daoshu, where we have 18 competitors. Paul, it's really nice to see this event develop over the last couple of years. I think we're definitely seeing the level of this event start to go up. Still seeing some athletes are starting to spend a lot more time developing these routines, working a lot of the basic combinations, and you can definitely tell there's a significant improvement in the level of this event.
Yeah, I remember when this event started in Indonesia, 2000, I don't remember the year, 4 years ago. I remember the girls doing Shuangjian, and I can tell the difference. They are developing more and more double sword techniques.
Erica putting it all on the carpet. You can see the intensity in her eyes. Very fierce competitor.
Nicely done.
We'll stand by for Erica's score.
And her final score is 9.173, getting her third place.
It's the overall group score of 4.173. No age judge deductions. Now there you see just how much of an impact minimizing your A group deductions can have.
Yes.
Without that 0.1, it really boosts your score. Our next competitor is Savo Bravo Arenas from Spain. Two more competitors remain.
It was a cartwheel with one hand on the floor. So if the athlete is training with only one hand, just Jianshu, and she tries to do double sword, it's going to be a huge challenge. And probably the left hand is going to be more steady than the right hand, and you're going to tell the difference.
Yeah, you really have to put in a significant amount of time to be able to get to a point where there isn't any disparity between both of your hand movements, particularly when the sword movements are very similar to one another. If there's any weakness in your control in one hand, it'll be very obvious in the way that you manipulate and control your sword, particularly with straight sword being such a precise weapon. Final score, 8.913.
There was no deductions for her, getting her on 6th place. So our last athlete is
Josepha Yang from France. Really strong opening.
fast movements.
As it stands, Anastasia Chirlik from Israel is holding strong with first place with a 9.25. Choman Sao from Macau is holding strong in the second place with a 9.176. If Josepha wants to break into the top three, third place is from Canada, Erica, is holding strong with a 9.173. We'll have to see if that performance was strong enough to break into the top 3. We'll see how the judges score it.
Yeah, definitely Anastasia had such a strong performance. She was really good.
Yeah, quite a gap between first, second, and third.
And final score is 9.0. She had a Huojian deduction. She touched the blade of the sword with her finger, and she got 5th.
So there you have it, our final standings for women's Shuangjian. Anastasia Chirluk from Israel taking home the gold. Cho Man Cao from Macau with a 9.176 taking home the silver. And Erica Jia Yi Li adding a bronze medal to Canada's medal count. Congratulations to our champions. And we will stand by and go immediately into women's Daoshu. There we see our athletes taking the field of play. And there we see our athletes now. Some of those athletes look a little bit different.
Yes.
Just as from a coach's perspective, sometimes it's better to have your athlete continuing to warm up and just stand in for them. So some of our athletes may still be in the warm-up area getting ready. I can cool down quite a bit coming up just to bow into the judges. So little tricks of the trade.
Yes. So our first competitor is from Chile. It's Camila.
Camila Alejandra Urtubia. Now, Paul, I'm really excited to see this event. This event is stacked with former world champions. We've got Jiang Hong from Vietnam coming back. She was our bronze medalist at the Taolu Cup and also a medalist at in Myanmar in Guangzhou. We'll have to see how she fares. We've also got Shushu Liu from Hong Kong, Sandra Konstantinova from Russia. We've got Japan, Ukraine, a field of really fierce competitors. I believe this is going to be quite a fight for the top 3.
Yep, that's going to be a battle. So Mario, now we have C group, right? Can you tell us the difference between Shuangjian and now we have in broadsword for the judges?
Sure. So similarly to Shuangjian, we'll still have A and B judges. The A judges, of course, looking for technical deductions, looking at specific movements, basic foundational skills. And then Group B judges are looking at the overall performance. But within this event, we have what's known as Nandu, or the difficulty movements, where an athlete has to compile from a series of movements, difficulty techniques, to total a point value of 2.0. So you'll see the athlete executing a series of jumps or balances, and then they're also awarded connection movements for the landing or how they finish the movement and they execute it. And again, it requires a lot of skill to be able to execute these movements. You'll see athletes doing multiple degrees of rotation to try to maximize the amount of point value. Of course, similar to what we saw in the men's Nanchuan, the more risks that you take, the more that you're penalized if you make any errors.
Yep.
So it'll be interesting to see if athletes play it safe or if they go all out. If yesterday was any indication of what we'll see today, is athletes are starting really to take a lot of risks to really stand out, which is really what you need to do when you're facing such fierce competitors.
So final score is 8.133.
We see a couple of deductions for some stances. Difficult to see from this angle, but I count at least 5 Group A deductions. Overall Group C, difficulty score of 1.50 out of a potential 2.0. And our next competitor is from Vietnam, Giang Hong, really strong competitor from Vietnam. Bronze at the second Taolu World Cup. Jump inside 540. It's definitely one of my favorite broadsword competitors to see. She moves so fast, it is very explosive. She's able to maintain intensity throughout her routine. We'll see how she fares today. Jump front kick into a cross-legged sitting stance. Jump outside 360 to a horse stance. Now this is where it's gonna make the difference. I think this is where athletes really have to set themselves apart, is really they have to be able to maintain that speed and intensity throughout the latter half of their routine. Butterfly into a cross-legged sitting stance. Strong performance from Giang Hong. I didn't see any major deductions. We'll have to see how she scores. She's our second competitor in this field of 18. It looks like we've already had at least one athlete drop from the event. So if she sets the bar high, we may end up in a similar position that we had last night with men's Nanshan, where we'll have everyone chasing to break into the top 3, really going all out. Final score for Giang Hong, 9.556. Perfect A score, no C score deductions, perfect difficulty movements. Overall B score, 2.556. That's gonna be a bit difficult to beat. That's a really high bar.
That's a high score. Now we have Malaysia, Ting Lo.
You see her coach on the sidelines, Hayashi, anxiously awaiting. I'm sure eager to see his athlete perform. Malaysia always fields a very strong field of competitors. Ting Long, really strong in her own right as well. Really fast opening. Here we see her setting up for her opening technique. Jump outside 540, slight loss of balance on the landing.
Aerial jump, inside jump front kick, jump outside. Now we can see how fast she is with the broadsword.
You see the flexibility in her drop stance.
Well, at least she got one deduction on her horse landing.
Yeah, it's really difficult to gauge how the judges will call it, particularly when the deduction is at the tail end of a difficulty movement. Sometimes it could be considered as the connection move may be missed, depending on how severe the loss of balance is. So we'll have to see how the judges score it. Final score for Yingting Lo, 8.880. There we see the loss of balance. Looks like there was at least one stance deduction, and
For
she
marble.
missed the first Nandu. 1.55 Group C score. And up next, our gold medalist from last World Wushu Championships, Xu Liu, really strong competitor. So far, first place is holding strong. Jiang Hong is holding the gold position with a 9.556. Quite a gap between second and third. I think Xu Liu might be able to definitely break into the top three, barring any major mistakes.
Strong opening. Jump outside 540 horse stance. Jump outside 360 to horse stance. Jump for kick aerial. Inside 360 horse stance. Steady landings.
Oh, butterfly in the first section. Now here's where Xu Liu really shines. You can just see the speed and intensity.
Wow. That's
Now
a
again,
really high
that's not a
jump.
difficulty movement. She adds that to just try to set herself apart, raising the level of difficulty in her technique. Just showing the athleticism. Really sharp.
Very strong performance. Couldn't see any mistakes.
Now she took home the gold at the 14th World Wushu Championships. We'll have to see if she can tie her performance from last year's Worlds. You can see the height of her butterfly kick.
Final score 9.623. No Group A deductions. And perfect score for her Nandu.
Our next competitor is from Indonesia, Felda Elvira Santoso. Now, Indonesia has typically fielded a really strong team. We'll have to see how Felda fares. She is our 6th competitor in this field of 18 women who still have many other world champions still left to battle it out and try to break into the top 3. Felda's out tough for her first difficulty, jump outside 540. Unfortunately, she's not able to stick the landing. Loss of balance there. Our first and second place currently stands Shushu Liu with a 9.623. Second place, Jiang Hong holding tight with a 9.556. There's still quite a gap with third place, Yingting Lo from Malaysia holding with an 8.88. There's still room to break into that third place. First and second, widening the gap. I think we're gonna see some athletes similar to last night starting to go all out. That's what's gonna be required to break into the top three.
Yeah, it looks like. Jump front kick to sitting stance. Yeah, it was a really good performance. It's a shame that she lost her balance after an endo. That's gonna cost her a few points in C group and A group.
And I'm just getting word, it looks like there was another drop from the event. So we are down to 16 athletes.
Final score 9.02.
Looks like there she was deducted for her first difficulty. Overall group C score 1.55 out of potential 2.0, and there we see the deduction where she lost balance coming out of that difficulty with a loss of balance deduction, 0.1 from group A.
And the next competitor is Sandra
Konstantinova.
Yeah, she's a very, very good athlete.
Silver in women's Guangzhou at the second Taolu Cup in Myanmar. Longtime Russian national athlete, really strong competitor, really strong staff and broadsword athlete.
Jump front kick, sitting stance. Jump outside to a split. That's nice to see. It's different.
Jump front kick, straight kick.
She's very athletic.
Jump front aerial split. Really complex combinations. Difficulty movements that we haven't seen so far.
Wow.
Jump outside,
Outside
to across
to
the sitting stance, yeah. It's really nice to see athletes innovate to really try to stand out and think outside the box. Jump inside split.
There's a lot of jumps on her routine. Yep. Strong performance. She's a really, really strong athlete. It's always nice to watch her competing. And there's Daria, her coach and former Russia athlete.
There we see that aerial split. We'll stand by for Sandra's score. Third place currently stands at a 9.02.
It looks like Daria is very anxious to see her score. Taking a little longer.
Bit of deliberation from the judges. Looks like there may be some technical difficulties. I see the technical staff helping out a bit. I don't know what's worth, competing or waiting for your score.
I don't know why my heart is beating so hard waiting for her score.
We are down to our halfway point in this women's Daoshu event.
And her final score is 9.653, getting her first place. No 8 deductions and perfect score for Hernandez.
Overall, Group B score 2.653, really strong score. Up, again, the bar gets raised. And our next competitor, Mia Tian from the United States, many-time US champion. Mia's been competing for a very long time, lots of experience, still very young.
Nice beginning. She's fast. Jump outside to split.
Jump front kick aerial. Jump inside split.
Nicely done. Jump outside 360 horse stance. Jump front kick city stance.
Third place bar is set at 9.556. Mia's got to put everything into this performance to try to break into the top 3.
Nice performance. Final score 9.58, getting her third place. Perfect Nando score and no deduction for A group.
And again, the bar is raised.
Man, this division is getting excited and excited.
Paula, we still have our bronze and silver medalists from last World Championships in this event still left to come. So that we still have more action coming up.
Yep.
You know these athletes are mentally preparing in the back to come out here and do battle.
Now I know why my heart is beating so hard.
Our next competitor is from Poland, Diana.
Monika. It's nice to see how the girls are trying different Nandos and different landings.
Yeah, the bar keeps getting set higher and higher. I mean, it's really nice to see athletes really pushing, really trying to get out of their comfort zone. I mean, that's what's going to be required to break into the top 3. I mean, if there's one thing that can be said about this World Wushu Championships is athletes are battling it out to take home those medals.
Two jump from kick in a row. Jump outside kick to horse dance. Stand by for Diana score.
Paul, it's going to be interesting how the tail end of this event fares. We've got a stacked group of fierce competitors coming up. Hanna Terashenko from Ukraine, Zeynep Akutes from Turkey, and Riz Ikeuchi from Japan. Really strong competitors, all very experienced. Coming up, we'll have to see how they're able to break into the top 3. We've got Mia Tian from the United States holding strong with a 9.58.
Final score 6.966. She got a few deductions for Group A.
See at least 9 Group A deductions, kicking below shoulder level, loss of balance, stance deductions, and Group C deductions.
Next competitor is from Mexico, Alexa Fernanda Cruz Gomez. Jump outside horse stance. Jump from kick aerial, jump inside to horse stance, 360. Jump from kick to sitting stance. Aerial to split, she lost a little balance over there.
We are down to our final 8 competitors in this field of originally 18 women's Daoshu or broadsword event. We stand by for Alexa's final score. You are watching day 2 of the 15th World Wushu Championships. Alexa's final score, 8.653.
She had 3 deductions for judges A group and 1 undo deduction.
Looks like there was a loss of balance, a split deduction.
Our next competitor is from Japan.
This was your bronze medalist from the 14th World Wushu Championships in Kazan, Russia. Riza Ikeuchi from Japan. Strong competitor, came on the scene with really strong performances. I'm sure she's looking to have a repeat, if not do better.
Jump for kick sitting stance. Butterfly twist.
Jump inside 540, was barely able to hang on to that stance. We'll have to see if they give it to her. Definitely at least a 0.1 deduction for a loss of balance. It's just uncertain whether she was able to hold it long enough for the judges to give her the connection for her difficulty landing. Pressure's on.
Yep. Jump front kick, aerial. Butterfly to sitting stance. Overall was a strong performance.
You're looking at the top 3. Third place is a 9.58, Mia Tian from the United States. Second place, Shushu Liu from Hong Kong with a 9.623. First place, Sandra Konstantinova from Russia, 9.653.
Final score is 9.336, getting her in 5th place.
We see the deduction for the loss of balance, and sure enough, they deducted her for the connecting move, minus a 0.15 for the connection, giving her a total C score of 1.85. Unfortunately, those 2 deductions really hurt her overall score, putting her in 5th. However, up next, we have Hanna Terashenko, who was our silver medalist in women's Daoshu broadsword at last World Wushu Championships. Again, another really strong competitor. We'll have to see how she fares.
At this point, they cannot allow any mistakes. Fast and strong.
Jump outside 540.
Yeah.
Wasn't able to stick the landing. Getting precariously close to the edge of the carpet. Jump inside 360 into a split landing. Jump outside 360 horse. She might have corrected a little bit there. Hannah's a really strong, really fast broadsword competitor.
Very strong but she had a few mistakes that's gonna cost her.
Yeah, when you've got third place set at 9.58, you really cannot afford any mistakes. You really have to have a flawless performance. Final score for Hannah, 9.246. We see at least 2 deductions.
One for balance, another one for horse stance,
Empty stance.
empty stance.
Oh, I'm sorry, horse stance.
Yeah.
And then the deduction for the difficulty movement. It looks like we might have had another drop. Our next competitor, Emil Thieder from Germany. We're down to our final 4.
Jump front kick to sitting stance. Jump front kick aerial. Jump inside to a split, land a little bit with her knee bend. Outside to horse stance.
You see the flexibility in that drop stance. See a little loss of balance there. That lotus kick, again demonstrating her flexibility.
Stand by for Emily final score. So Mario, you think being too flexible could be a problem, or you think this is good for wushu?
I think flexibility can definitely help wushu significantly. It's definitely better to be more flexible than not, just because of the level of tension that you build with any lack of flexibility. It just makes kicking, any sort of movement difficult. The challenge becomes if there's no strength to support that level of flexibility, it can be more of a hamper your movements than help. Final score for Emily, 8.236.
She had 5 group A deductions and a few deductions for C group.
Our next competitor is Jessica Lim from Australia. Jessica has been represented Australia at other World Championships. We're down to our last 3.
Jump outside kick to horse stance. Jump front kick to city stance. Jump for kick aerial. Getting ready for jump inside kick to split. Jump outside to sitting stance.
That was Jessica Lim from Australia. We'll stand by for her score. Again, we're down to our final two competitors now. We have Lissy Liu from Canada and Mafalda Branco from Portugal. Final score for Jessica Lim, 9.306. We see at least one Group A deduction. Overall B score of 2.406. Perfect C score, 2.0. Down to our final two. Lissy Liu from Canada is up next. Really fast opening sequence from Lissy. Jump inside to a cross-seated stance. She prepares for her first sequence. Jump front kick aerial. Tornado 360 into a horse stance. Jump inside. Jump outside kick to horse stance. She's got to really turn it up if she needs to break into the top three. Really fast sword combinations.
Jump for kick sitting stance. If she keep this up, yeah, she's fighting for a medal. Very strong performance.
I didn't see any major mistakes. We'll have to see how the overall performance score fares.
Final score 9.043, getting her to 8th place.
It looks like there was a deduction for a loss of balance, and there was a deduction in the overall Nandu score. She missed one of her Nandu. It's a 1.70 out of a potential 2.0.
And our last competitor is from Portugal, Mafalda Branco. Jump outside kick to horse stance. Jump front kick aerial. Yeah, and she got out of the area.
Yeah, unfortunately, she stepped out of the floor. It looks like there were some pauses where she might have forgotten her routine. Having a bit of difficulty here. Unfortunately, she's not able to finish.
Oh, my heart. Yes, sometimes this can happen to an athlete.
Yeah, the level of pressure, particularly at this level, immense.
She's trying again.
No score because
Oh no.
the number 11803 athlete didn't finish the Taolu routine.
And it doesn't look like she'll be receiving a score for
Yes.
not completing her routine. And that wraps up our women's Daoshu broadsword event this morning. A lot of fierce back and forth. These 3 medals, very well earned. A lot of fierce combat for these medals. First place goes to Sandra Konstantinova from Russia, taking gold with a 9.653. Our silver medalist, Xu Liu from Hong Kong, taking the silver with a 9.623, and our bronze medalist, Mia Tian from the United States, holding that bronze medal with a 9.58. Congratulations to our medalists. Very, very well-earned medals. A lot of fierce battles going on. That's what we like to see at World Wushu Championships. We will stand by for our next event, men's Taijiquan, where we have a field of 36 competitors in this field of play 2. We'll be taking a slight break. Please stay tuned. We'll return shortly with men's Taijiquan. And we are back in field of play 2, getting ready to start men's Taijiquan, where we have a field of 36 competitors, many several-time world champions in this male roster. We've got our medalists from the last World Wushu Championships, medalists from the second and third World Taijiquan Championships and Taolu Cup, many of them fresh off of podium finishes in the last year. I'm sure many are thirsty to try and make it into the top 3. We've had some very, very strong, fierce competition in other events. I'm sure this event will fare no different. Our first athlete is standing by.
It's Mohammed Saad from Sudan.
We'll stand by to confirm. We might have had a couple of drops. We had a couple of athletes drop from the last event. And I believe this may be Cheng Yu Jose Wong from Brunei. Zheng takes the floor, our first competitor to kick us off in this event of now 35 athletes. There we see his first opening difficulty. Single leg balance with the leg inserted from behind takes an incredible amount of leg strength to be able to maintain that balance and an immense amount of flexibility. Not a problem for Zheng. Here he sets up for his difficulty move. Jump front kick into a single leg balance. Now the main thing that you'll want to see in these balance movements is no swaying of the upper body. Any additional waver in two opposite directions could result in a deduction. And as we've seen in the other events at this World Championships, a 0.1 can take you from first to fifth really quickly. Jump front kick to jump outside 540. Now Paula, similar to previous events in Taijiquan being twisted. Posture is really important in Taijiquan. It'll be really interesting to see if this high level of athletes get any of these deductions. Ivan doing a very good job so far. Here we see his balance.
He's very steady.
We see his rotation. Solid control, sets up for another difficulty. Jump front, jump outside kick into a hurdler split.
Steady landing. Stand by for Ivan final score.
Here we see that jump inside. Look at his landing. The supporting leg, not a single waver. That's how he's able to maintain his balance throughout. Incredible amount of leg strength to be able to support your body. Final score for Ivan, 9.553. Moving him into first. Perfect A score, perfect C score, overall B score, 2.553.
Not a single mistake.
This is going to be a really tough competition. We are still only 2 athletes in, and we still have some of our world medalists from last World Championships. China still remains as well.
And our next athlete is from Singapore, Yu Shantae.
See, jump front kick, jump outside 540. Yu sets up for another difficulty. Jump front kick to a single leg balance. Jump front stretch kick. Here you're demonstrating what is known as Fa Jing. Showing his ability to discharge power explosively through these movements. That was Yu Xuan from Singapore. Will stand by for his score. There we see his difficulty, jump front kick. Straight into a jump outside kick. Split. We'll have to see how the judges score it.
Final score is 9.546.
Perfect A score, perfect C score. No deductions. Good for second place. And now we move into one of our Taijiquan veterans, Daniel Parentek from the Philippines. He was just shy of medaling at the 14th World Wushu Championships. Came in 4th in Taijiquan. He knows where the bar is set. He needs to really turn up the heat if he wants to break into the top 3. Third place, currently holding strong with a 9.486. He'll have to do better if he wants to take home a medal. There we see a balance. Going into his rotation. Solid stop, not a single loss of balance there. Sets up for his difficulty. Jump front kick, jump outside into a hurdler split. Very challenging doing these difficulty movements and then also maintaining your timing and pacing with the balances and postures within Taijiquan. Sets up for another difficulty. Jump front kick into a single leg balance. Incredible kicking speed. Daniel's no stranger to the World Wushu Championships. He knows what it's going to take to break into the top 3. Jump front straight kick. We'll have to see if he can break this current stronghold for the first 3. You can just see his ability to demonstrate the explosive power. All power coming from his core to extremities, sharp and explosive. See his balance. Daniel Parentek from the Philippines. We'll have to see how his score holds up. Looked strong. There you see his jump front kick into a jump outside kick, going into a split.
Daniel's final score is 9.616.
Good for first. He overtakes the first position, moving the bar even higher, 9.616. We are only 4 athletes in. It is going to be a ferocious fight for the top 3. Our next competitor, a very experienced world athlete, Jia Hongzhuang from Hong Kong. He was also just shy of a podium finish at the 14th World Wushu Championships. Came in 4th in this event. Again, he knows where the bar is set. 3rd place is set at a 9.546. He knows what he needs to do. He just needs to execute. Sets up first difficulty. Jump front kick to a jump outside 540. There you see his footwork. Going into a balance. Showing lots of control. Paula, it's incredible to see just how Taijiquan has evolved over the last few World Wushu Championships. Looking at the final rankings for the last World Wushu Championships in Kazan, Russia, top 3 athletes rounding out the top 3 with a 9.7 for gold. Bronze was a 9.61 We're only 5 athletes in, and the bar is already set with a 9.616 for first place. Third place is set at 9.546. We still have China. We still have a lot of the silver and bronze medalists from last World Wushu Championships Taolu Cup athletes literally just coming off of their wins from last year. These guys are ready. This is going to be a battle for top 3.
Yeah, we're gonna see some higher scores.
That was Jia Hongzhuang from Hong Kong. There we see that jump front kick. Look at the height of that jump. Extremely fast kicking speed. Immediately going into a jump outside kick split.
And his final score is 9.61. He was a perfect score for A group and perfect score for C group.
That is good to move him into second place.
And the next competitor is from Myanmar, Kant Minh Tat.
Kant opening up into his first balance. Single leg balance with foot inserted from behind. There we see his rotation. Slight loss of balance there. Unfortunately, that's going to cost him a point. Point 1. Jump front into a jump outside kick, landing in that hurdler split. Now again, at this level of competition, you just cannot afford any type of deduction. He sets up for a balance. Prepares for a difficulty. Jump kick into a single leg balance. No issues there. Really strong. That was Kantmin Tet from Myanmar. Will stand by for his score. We'll see how the judges score it. There might have been at least one potential deduction. Yep, and we see it there, 9.346. We see one deduction for the loss of balance. There's a bit of instability. Perfect C score. That's good for 6th place.
Our next competitor is from Korea, Wong Yi-yu.
He sets up for his first difficulty. Jump front stretch kick into a single leg. That was Won Hee-yu from Korea. We'll stand by for his score. So we see that jump front stretch kick. Toe of the kicking leg touches his forehead. Good execution of the movement. We'll have to see how the judges score it. So far, the bar has been set really high. And to break into the top 3, he'll have to do better than 9.553.
And his final score is 9.653. Perfect A score, perfect C score, getting him to a first place.
And our next competitor is a Taijiquan world champion himself, Takian Samui Hui. He was second in this event at the 14th World Wushu Championship. He was also second in this event at last year's Taolu Cup in Myanmar. I'm sure he's looking to take home another medal for Hong Kong. We'll see if he can do it. First difficulty, jump front kick, jump outside. Takian doing a phenomenal performance so far. Really strong. You can really see his experience coming into play here. He knows what he needs to do. Sets up for his next difficulty, jump front kick, single leg balance. I mean, he's just a total package. His balance, strength, power, the way that he moves, very graceful. Really demonstrates his ability to just show his explosive strength. Front sweep into back sweep into a front stretch kick. Unfortunately, slight loss of control there on the single leg balance. So unfortunate. This was a really strong performance so far. We'll have to see how the judges call it. That's what you're gonna have to do though to really compete at this level. You're gonna have to take risks. That means really pushing the envelope.
Let's see how the judge is gonna call it.
We'll stand by for a score. Unfortunately, the judges did see that loss of balance. He got 0.1 deduction. Final score, 9.590. Still a really strong score. I mean, that performance was really flawless.
Yeah, it was phenomenal.
Unfortunately, that 0.1 really hurt him, taking him down to 4th place as it stands. Overall B score, 2.690. Our next competitor is from Myanmar, Nien Cha Chan Koko. And again, he's our third. He got 3rd in Taijiquan at the 2nd Taolu Cup, and we'll see how he fares today. Jump front kick into a jump outside. Good control on the landing. Now, Paula, this division is incredible. We haven't had a single athlete drop below a 9.3. Fierce competition in this men's Taijiquan event.
Yeah, very high quality movements and very high quality nandos. It's a very, very strong division.
That was Nien Chan from Myanmar. He'll stand by for his final score. There we see one of his difficulties, jump front kick. Immediately into a jump outside kick to the hurdler split.
Final score is 9.496. Was a perfect score for A group and perfect score for C group.
Looks like the B score is a little bit low, 2.496, placing him in 7th. Again, I can't believe that I would ever say that a 9.496 is only good enough for 7th place.
That's crazy.
But in this field of competitors, there is some fierce competition.
Next competitor is Jones. From Philippines. John Labris from Philippines. Jump front kick, jump outside kick. 540 to half split.
John Labres is, of course, no newcomer. He competed at the 2018 Asian Games. Strong Taijiquan competitor in his own right. We'll have to see how he fares today. Fierce competition. Jump front kick into a single leg balance.
Jump from stretch kick to single leg landing. Stand by for John's final score. Final score is 9.536. Perfect score for A group, perfect score for C group, not a single deduction.
This is really going to come down to that overall performance score.
Our next competitor is from Singapore. John Kai Chan.
Jun Kai is a former Taijiquan world gold medalist from the 3rd World Taijiquan Championships.
Jump front kick, single leg landing. Jump front kick, jump outside kick. 542 half split. Jump front kick stretch.
That was Jun Kai Chan from Singapore. Will stand by for a score. Stand by for a score. 9.566, perfect A and C score. Overall B score 2.566. Currently good for 5th place. Looks like we've had a couple of athletes drop. Our next competitor is from Indonesia, Bobby Valentinus Gunawan. Jump front kick into a jump outside.
Jump front kick, landing single leg stance. Jump front stretch kick. Stand by for Bobby Valentino's final score.
Jump front kick to a jump outside. Huge height on his jump. Kick might have been a little bit low. We'll see what the score is. 9.610. Currently good for 4th place. Again, this bar's been set really high.
We got a lot of 9.6.
Looks like it went to the tiebreaker.
Next competitor, Pablo Andres from Ecuador.
Looks like we have quite a number of athletes dropping. We are past the midway point in this men's Taijiquan event with an original start list of 36 athletes. We've had at least 6 drops. Still some really strong international Taijiquan champions left. Athletes from Japan, China, Korea, Taipei. Little stumble there. Jump front kick into a single leg balance, slight loss of balance, stumble. See a bit of shuffling there on the stepping. It's going to cost him some points.
It's good to see an Ecuador athlete on the international field. You don't see that many athletes from Ecuador at Worlds.
We'll stand by for Pablo's score.
Final score 6.0.
We see a series of deductions for loss of balances. See deductions for the stepping, a number of deductions for kicking below shoulder level. Body posture deductions. Group C score.
Next competitor, Jeremiah Peter from Germany.
Jump front kick into a single leg balance. Good stability. Jump front kick into a jump outside. Kicking leg might have been a little bit low depending on the vantage points from the judges. We'll see if they take the deduction. There we see Jeremiah setting up for a jump. Jump kick into a single leg balance. Unfortunately, there was a slight sway in his torso, so that's going to cost him some points. Jump inside. Loss of balance there. That was Jeremiah Speeder from Germany. Stand by for his final score. There we see the jump front kick into a single leg balance. Final score for Jeremiah's 8.28. We see a couple of deductions for loss of balance, kicking leg being below shoulder level. Overall C score 1.30 out of a potential 2.0. And our next competitor, Ranil Malinda Jayasingh from Sri Lanka.
Jump front kick. Single leg landing.
Ranil sets up for a jump. Jump kick into a single leg balance, shuffle step there. Wasn't able to hold on to the landing.
Jump front kick to jump outside kick. Jump from stretch kick. Stand by for the final score. Final score 7.69. He had a few deductions for A group and quite a deduction for C group for his non-dues. Next competitor. Juan Martin from Ecuador. Stand by for Juan Martin final score.
Jump front kick into a single leg balance, bit of difficulty there.
And his final score is 6.393. He had 6 deductions and an A group judge. Our next competitor is from Taipei, Jia Hong Song.
Xia Hongsun is our gold medalist champion from the 2019 Chongju World Martial Arts Masterships competition in Korea. We'll have to see how he fares here. Again, the score to beat as it stands is 9.61. He'll have to fare better than that in order to break into the top 3. Jump front straight kick, perfect balance. Jump front kick into a huge jump outside kick. Hung sets up for a jump. Jump front kick into a single leg balance.
Stand by for Chang Hong Song score. And the final score is 9.34.
Unfortunately, it looks like he missed one of his Nandu. Overall group C score 1.70 out of potential 2.0. Looks like it was his last set of Nandu. Perfect A score. Unfortunately, that dropped him down to 13th place. We are down to our final 9 competitors. Our next competitor, Jorge Adrian Diaz from Argentina. We've still got athletes from Japan, China, and Korea, Indonesia left. We'll have to see how this next group of athletes fare.
Stand by for Jorge. Final score. And the final score for Jorge was 6.05. He had many deductions from A group and a few deductions for his non-dos and difficulties.
Our next competitor is Marie Chung from Canada. Jump front stretch kick. We are down to our final 7 competitors. We've had a number of drops in this event in what was originally 36 athletes competing in this men's Taijiquan event. Current standings are in first place, Won Hee-yu from Korea with a 9.653. Second place with a 9.616, Daniel Parentek from the Philippines. And holding on to third place, we have a Jiahong Zhuang and Bobby Valentinas Gunawan in third. So we'll have to see how the next series of athletes fare. We still have Bi Hui Cui from China, Ryo Murakami from Japan, Chun Hao Lo from Malaysia, jump front kick into a single leg balance. Slight adjustment there.
Stand by for Murray's final score. Final score 9.413.
You see 1A judge
03.
deduction for a loss of balance, perfect C score. Overall B score 2.503. Our next competitor is from Thailand, Jose Lee. Jump front stretch kick, a little bit of loss of balance in that landing. We'll have to see how that impacts his score. Paula, we haven't seen much movement in the standings within the last series of athletes. I think that's going to change in the next couple of athletes. We've got some really strong athletes to include Bi Hui Cui from China. We'll have to see how his performance goes, but as we saw from yesterday, there was at least one mistake from a China athlete which cost them the gold medal.
Yep.
So we'll have to see how they fare here. Pressure is on.
And we still have Malaysia and Japan. Stand by for final score. It's 8.91. He had 3 deductions for
Looks like it was a loss
technique.
of balance, kicking below shoulder level. And then there was deductions in his non-due point 1.85 out of potential 2.0.
Next athlete from India, Sanama Brahma.
Arena number 2, number 62004 athlete, please march in.
Sanma prepares for his first balance. Single leg balance with the foot inserted from behind. Jump front kick.
Arena number 1, number 62005, athlete's final score is 9.3.
请1号场地10801号选手入场。
Arena number 1, number
Jump front kick into a
108,
jump outside.
athlete, please march in.
Jump front kick, single leg balance.
She has lost of balance on that single leg.
Stand by for Sanama final score.
There she is, jump front kick into a single leg balance.
Final score 9.08. 3 deductions for A group.
2 loss of balance deductions. Looks like there was a deduction for the, looks like it was might have been a kick.
Next competitor from Malaysia, Chung Hao Lo.
I think it's going to be a very strong fight with the final 4 competitors. If there's any 4 that might be able to overtake the top 3, it's these next 4 athletes. Sets up for his first jump. Jump front stretch kick into a single leg balance. Really solid landing. Jump front into a jump outside. Huge jump.
Very fast spinning.
Chun Hao has been on the Malaysia team, so he's no stranger to the World Championships. Very seasoned athlete. I'm sure he's looking to try to overtake the top 3. We'll see if he can do it. Standing jump front kick into a single leg balance. Good execution. Jump front kick into a single leg bounce, doing good so far. If Chun Hao wants to break into the top 3, he has to ensure that he stays away from getting any A group deductions while still maintaining his poise. That was Chun Hao Lo. That was a strong performance. We'll just have to see how it stands against the judges' review. He has to do better than a 9.61 to break into the top 3. Really high bar set so far. But if he wants to hold on to that top 3, he'll have to do much better than that. We've got some strong athletes following him.
Yep, the final score is 9.646, getting him in the second place. Had no deduction for A group. Perfect score for Nando for his difficulties. And the next competitor is from Japan, Ryo Murakami.
We are down to our final 3 competitors. China still remains to go. We also have Hee-seung Seo from Korea. All very capable athletes. It is going to come down to the wire in a final battle for the top 3. Ryo sets up for his first difficulty. Jump front kick to a jump outside. Jump front stretch kick. Oh, unfortunately, he wasn't able to hold on to the landing. That's going to cost him some points.
Yeah.
At this stage, you really cannot afford any level of deductions. Jump front kick again. Unfortunately, not able to hold the balance and a slight stumble. Ryo Murakami from Japan.
He's going to have a few deductions.
Yeah, you can see it on his face. He knows. Had a couple of issues.
Final score is 9.026. Yep. 2 deduction for balance and another deduction.
So 3 deductions for loss of balance.
Oh, 3 deductions for balance.
Deductions for his landings on his non-do connecting moves. 1.75 out of potential 2.0.
And the next athlete is from China. Bi Hui Hui.
Now, if there's anyone who might be able to break into the top 3, I think it's him.
Definitely.
As it stands, to overtake first place, he has to do better than 9.653. Jump front into a jump outside. Jump front kick into a single leg balance.
Jump front stretch kick. That was Bi Hui Cui from China. Really strong performance. We'll stand by for his final score. And the final score is 9.713, getting him to first place. Perfect score for C group and A group.
Massive score. Rounding out, we are down to our final competitor, Hee Seung Seo from Korea. Hee Seung's teammate currently holds second place, Won Hee-yu with a 9.653. If he wants to break into the top three, third place currently set at 9.646. Hee Seung sets up. Jump front kick into a jump outside. Kick landing in split.
Jump front kick. Single leg balance. It was a good performance. Let's see if it's enough to get in the top three. and the final score is 9.643. It was a perfect score for C group and A group.
Just shy of making third. Good enough for fourth place. And that rounds up this men's Taijiquan event. There you have your medalist, Bi Hui Cui from China taking the gold, Won Hee-yu from Korea taking the silver, Chun Hao Lo taking the bronze for Malaysia. Congratulations to our medalists, adding another medal count to their respective countries. You'll want to make sure to check us out this afternoon. In field of play 1, we will have men's Nangun event. In field of play 2, we will start this evening with men's Jianshu and women's Qiangshu. Exciting morning, action-packed, full of a lot of battles, medals trading places throughout the morning session. But that does it for this session. You want to make sure to stay tuned for the medal ceremony. With that, this is Mario Martinez.
And Paolo Midani.
Signing off. We will see you guys this evening.
See you guys later.